Welcome to Dreamshade Stories. Thank you so much for choosing to spend this time with me tonight. Now, close your eyes, let your shoulders drop, and now, let's begin our story. The Origin of Valentine's Day. Part 1. The Physician of Rome. In the waning days of winter, when frost still clung to the cobblestones of ancient Rome, there lived a physician named Valentinus. The year was 269, and the empire stretched across the known world like a great sprawling beast, powerful yet weary from centuries of conquest and rule. Valentinus dwelt in a modest house near the Colosseum, where the roar of crowds and the clash of gladiatorial combat had long since become the mundane backdrop of daily existence. Valentinus was not a young man, though neither could he be called old. His hair, once the color of chestnuts, had begun to silver at the temples, and fine lines had etched themselves around his eyes from years of studying scrolls by lamplight. He had devoted his life to the healing arts, learning from Greek texts and Egyptian manuscripts, studying the properties of herbs gathered from distant provinces, and perfecting the delicate art of surgery that could mean the difference between life and death for those who came to his door. His reputation had grown quietly over the years, spreading through the narrow streets and cramped insulae where ordinary Romans made their homes. He asked no payment from those who could not afford it, accepting instead a loaf of bread, a basket of olives, or simply a grateful prayer to whichever gods the patient favored. This generosity had earned him a place in the hearts of the common people, though it had also drawn the occasional suspicious glance from those who believed that charity must mask some hidden motive. The Rome in which Valentinus lived was a city of stark contrasts. Magnificent temples rose toward the heavens, their marble columns gleaming in the Mediterranean sun, while just beyond their shadows, the poor huddled in cramped quarters, struggling to survive on meager rations of grain. The Emperor Claudius Gothicus ruled from the Palatine Hill, his authority absolute, his word law throughout the empire. These were troubled times, for the borders pressed inward under the weight of barbarian incursions, and the legions that had once seemed invincible now found themselves stretched thin across too many frontiers. It was in this atmosphere of mounting crisis that Emperor Claudius had issued his controversial decree. The legions needed men, strong men who would march without hesitation, who would not be weakened by thoughts of wives and children left behind. Therefore, the emperor proclaimed, young men of military age were forbidden to marry. Marriage, he declared, made soldiers soft, filled their minds with domestic concerns when they should be thinking only of Rome's glory and survival. Valentinus had heard the decree read in the forum, had watched the reaction ripple through the crowd like a stone thrown into still water. Some had nodded in grim acceptance, understanding the emperor's logic even if they disliked it. Others had protested, their voices rising in anger before the imperial guards had silenced them with threatening gestures. Young couples had clung to each other, their faces pale with dismay, their wedding plans suddenly rendered illegal by imperial fiat. The physician had returned to his home that evening with a heavy heart, sitting alone in his small garden as twilight descended and the first stars appeared overhead. He thought of the young soldiers he had treated, men barely past boyhood, who bore terrible wounds with stoic courage. He thought of the sweethearts and wives who had wept at his door, begging him to save their beloved from fever or infection. He thought of the children born in his presence, their first cries piercing the air like trumpets announcing life's stubborn persistence against all odds. That night, as oil lamps flickered throughout Rome and the city settled into an uneasy sleep, Valentinus made a decision that would alter the course of his life and echo down through the centuries. He would not obey the emperor's decree. If young lovers came to him, desperate to be joined in matrimony, he would perform the ceremony in secret. He would become an outlaw for the sake of love, risking imperial displeasure and perhaps even death, because some laws, he believed, violated a higher principle than mere obedience to temporal authority. The following weeks brought the first tentative visitors to his door. They came after dark, cloaked and hooded, glancing nervously over their shoulders as they slipped through the streets. Marcus, a young legionary with broad shoulders and a farmer's honest face, came with his beloved Julia, a weaver's daughter whose hands were stained with dye, but whose smile could light the darkest room. They stood before Valentinus in his small courtyard, beneath the spreading branches of an ancient olive tree, and pledged their love to one another while the physician spoke the words that bound them as husband and wife. More couples followed, a steady stream of desperate lovers who had heard whispered rumors of the physician who would marry them despite the emperor's prohibition. Valentinus performed each ceremony with solemn dignity, asking no payment save their happiness and the knowledge that he had helped preserve something precious in a world increasingly dominated by the iron requirements of empire. He kept no records, for such documentation would endanger both himself and those he married. Each ceremony existed only in the memories of those present and in whatever accounting the gods might keep of mortal affairs. As winter slowly yielded to early spring, Valentinus continued his dual existence. By day, he remained the respectable physician, treating wounds and illnesses, dispensing medicines and advice. By night, he became the secret priest of marriage, joining hearts and lives in defiance of imperial decree. He knew the risk grew with each ceremony performed, knew that eventually word would reach the wrong ears and consequences would follow. Yet he could not bring himself to stop, could not turn away the young faces that appeared at his door, filled with hope and fear in equal measure. The cypress trees in his garden began to bud, and purple crocuses pushed through the soil, harbingers of spring's approach. Rome stirred from winter's grip, and life reasserted itself in marketplace and forum, in temple and bath. Valentinus went about his work, healing and marrying, praying and hoping, unaware that time was running short and that his acts of compassion had already been noted by those who served the emperor's interests. Part 2. The Blind Girl and the Garden. Among those who came regularly to Valentinus for treatment was a young girl named Julia Asterius, though everyone simply called her Julia. She was perhaps 16 or 17 years old, the daughter of a minor court official who had died, leaving his family in modest circumstances. Julia's mother, Claudia, worked as a seamstress to support them, her fingers flying over cloth with practiced efficiency while her mind worried constantly about her daughter's future. Julia had been blind from birth, her eyes clouded with a milky opacity that no physician had been able to cure. Various doctors had attempted treatments over the years, applying poultices of exotic herbs, reciting incantations borrowed from Egyptian magic, even suggesting sacrifices to Asclepius, the god of healing. Nothing had helped. Julia's world remained one of sound and touch, of scent and taste, a world she navigated with remarkable grace despite its limitations. Her mother brought her to Valentinus, not with any real hope of restoring her sight, for they had long since abandoned such expectations, but rather to treat a persistent cough that had troubled Julia through the winter months. The physician had examined her carefully, listening to her breathing, asking questions about her symptoms, and prescribed a mixture of honey and herbs that gradually eased the problem. But more than the physical treatment, it was Valentinus's kindness that made the deepest impression. Unlike many who spoke to Julia as though blindness had also robbed her of intelligence, Valentinus addressed her directly, speaking to her rather than about her. He asked her opinions, listened to her observations, and seemed genuinely interested in her thoughts and feelings. This simple dignity, extended to someone whom many dismissed as defective or cursed by the gods, created a bond of trust between the physician and his young patient. Julia began visiting Valentinus's house more frequently, sometimes for medical consultations, but increasingly just for conversation. Her mother was grateful for this attention, seeing in the respectable physician a source of guidance for her daughter in a world that offered few opportunities for blind girls. Valentinus, for his part, found himself looking forward to these visits, charmed by Julia's quick intelligence and gentle spirit. The physician's garden became Julia's special place of refuge. Though she could not see its beauty, she experienced it through her other senses with an intensity that those with sight might envy. She would run her fingers over the rough bark of the olive tree, trace the veins on leaves, and cup flower blossoms in her palms to inhale their perfume. Valentinus would describe the colors for her, trying to translate visual splendor into words she could comprehend, speaking of roses as red as heated bronze, of violets purple as imperial robes, of white lilies gleaming like polished marble. He taught her the names of plants in both Latin and Greek, explaining their medicinal properties and telling her stories from mythology associated with various flowers. She learned that the narcissus commemorated the youth who had fallen in love with his own reflection, that the hyacinth sprang from the blood of a prince beloved by Apollo, that the mint plant had once been a nymph transformed by jealous Persephone. These tales delighted Julia, who had always loved stories and who possessed a remarkable memory that retained every detail Valentinus shared. Sometimes, when her visits coincided with twilight hours, Julia would be present when young couples arrived for secret wedding ceremonies. Valentinus had initially worried about this, concerned that her presence might compromise the secrecy of his activities or that she might inadvertently reveal what she witnessed. But Julia had proven herself remarkably discreet, and more than that, she had become his assistant of sorts, helping to prepare the simple altar, bringing flowers for the ceremony, and adding her own quiet blessings to those of the physician. She would sit beneath the olive tree during these ceremonies, listening to the nervous whispers of lovers, hearing the tremor of emotion in their voices, as they pledged themselves to one another. Though she could not see their faces, she could sense their joy, could feel the tension in the air as they committed an act of defiance against imperial authority for the sake of love. These moments moved her deeply, stirring feelings she barely understood, awakening dreams she scarcely dared to acknowledge. As spring advanced and the days grew longer and warmer, Julia and Valentinus developed a comfortable routine. She would arrive in late afternoon, announced by the distinctive tap of her walking stick against the cobblestones. They would spend an hour or two in the garden, talking about philosophy or medicine, discussing the old stories, or simply enjoying companionable silence, while Valentinus tended his plants and Julia listened to the songs of birds and the distant sounds of the city. The physician found himself increasingly drawn to this young woman, though he tried to dismiss such feelings as inappropriate. He was, after all, old enough to be her father, a man whose life was dedicated to healing and who had long ago resigned himself to solitude. Yet there was something about Julia's serene acceptance of her blindness, her keen perceptions that often saw truths others missed, her gentle humor and unaffected grace that touched something deep within him. One afternoon, as they sat together beneath the olive tree with the scent of jasmine heavy in the air, Julia asked him a question that caught him off guard. "Valentinus," she said softly, "why have you never married? You perform weddings for so many others. You speak so beautifully of love's importance, yet you remain alone. Why is that?" The physician was silent for a long moment, considering his response. "I suppose," he finally said, "I have always been too busy with my work, too absorbed in helping others to think much about my own happiness. And perhaps," he added more quietly, "I never met someone who made me wish to change that circumstance." Julia tilted her head slightly, her sightless eyes turned in his direction, and a small smile played across her lips. "Until now?" she asked, so softly he almost missed it. Valentinus felt his heart lurch in his chest. Before he could formulate a response, they heard the sound of heavy footsteps approaching, the unmistakable cadence of soldiers marching in formation. Both froze, understanding immediately what this meant. The time of reckoning had arrived. The secret ceremonies had been discovered, and now the emperor's justice would be served. The garden, which moments before had seemed a haven of peace and possibility, suddenly felt like a trap. Valentinus rose slowly to his feet, placing a gentle hand on Julia's shoulder. "Stay calm," he whispered, though his own heart was racing. "Whatever happens, remember that what we have done here was done for love, and that is never wrong." The footsteps grew louder, accompanied now by the rattle of armor and weapons. Julia reached up and grasped Valentinus's hand, squeezing it tightly. "I will not forget," she promised, her voice steady despite the fear that must have gripped her. "I will never forget what you have taught me, or the kindness you have shown, or the love that grew in this garden." Then the soldiers were at the gate, pounding with the butts of their spears, demanding entrance in the name of the emperor. Valentinus walked slowly toward the door, Julia's hand still clasped in his. Neither of them, yet understanding that this moment of crisis would set in motion events that would transform their personal story into something far larger, something that would echo across centuries yet unborn. Part 3. The praetor's judgment. The soldiers who arrested Valentinus were professionals, neither cruel nor kind, simply men performing their duty to the emperor. Their commander, a grizzled centurion named Gaius, showed a certain grudging respect for the physician, remembering perhaps that Valentinus had once treated soldiers who came to him with wounds or illness. The arrest was carried out with efficiency rather than brutality, and Julia was allowed to leave unharmed, though her name was recorded for potential future questioning. Valentinus was taken through the streets of Rome as evening descended, brought not to the public prison where common criminals languished, but to a holding area beneath the praetor's residence. This indicated that his case was considered serious enough to warrant attention from higher authorities, yet not so grave as to immediately consign him to the gladiatorial schools or the executioner's block. He would have a hearing, an opportunity to defend himself, though the outcome of such proceedings was rarely in doubt when the accused had violated an imperial decree. The cell where he spent the night was small but clean, lit by a single oil lamp that cast flickering shadows on stone walls. Valentinus sat on the narrow bench that served as both seat and bed, his mind racing through the implications of his arrest. He thought of the couples he had married, praying that none would be identified or punished for their part in his defiance. He thought of Julia, hoping she had made it safely home, wondering what she must be feeling in the aftermath of such sudden violence interrupting their peaceful afternoon. Most of all, he found himself reviewing the choices that had led him to this cell. Should he have obeyed the emperor's decree, accepting the logic of military necessity even while deploring its effects? Should he have found some other way to help, something less direct and therefore less dangerous? These questions troubled him through the long night, and yet, when dawn finally crept through the small barred window above his head, he found that his conscience remained clear. He had acted according to his deepest convictions, had chosen love over law, and if that choice now cost him dearly, it was a price he would pay without regret. The hearing took place the following afternoon in the praetor's audience chamber, a formal room decorated with busts of previous magistrates and banners bearing imperial insignia. The praetor himself, Calpurnius Asterius, was a man in his middle years, lean and intelligent, known for running his courtroom with strict adherence to legal procedure. He sat on a raised dais, flanked by clerks who would record the proceedings, while Valentinus stood before him, his hands bound with rope that cut into his wrists. Calpurnius reviewed the charges methodically. Valentinus was accused of defying an imperial decree by performing marriage ceremonies for young men of military age, ceremonies that were now illegal under the emperor's law. Witnesses had been found, soldiers whose weddings Valentinus had performed, young men who had been threatened with punishment themselves unless they testified against the physician. Their reluctant testimony was damning, confirming that Valentinus had indeed violated the decree repeatedly and deliberately. The praetor looked down at Valentinus with an expression that mixed judicial severity with something that might have been regret. "Do you deny these charges?" he asked, his voice carrying through the chamber. Valentinus met his gaze steadily. "I do not deny performing the ceremonies," he said quietly. "I deny only that love is a crime, or that the bonds of marriage weaken rather than strengthen those who enter into them." A murmur ran through the assembled observers, a mix of admiration for his courage and concern for his fate. Calpurnius raised a hand for silence. "It is not your place to question the emperor's wisdom," he said sharply. "The law exists to serve the empire's needs, and your personal opinions about love and marriage are irrelevant to the question of your guilt." "Then I am guilty," Valentinus replied, "of valuing human hearts over imperial convenience, of believing that some things are sacred beyond the reach of any earthly authority. If that is a crime, then yes, I am a criminal, and I would commit the same crime again if given the opportunity." Calpurnius's expression hardened. Such open defiance could not be tolerated, especially when delivered in a public forum where word would spread throughout the city. Yet before he could pronounce sentence, a disturbance at the back of the chamber drew everyone's attention. A woman was insisting on entering, her voice rising above the protests of the guards, and to everyone's surprise, the praetor gestured for her to be admitted. It was Claudia, Julia's mother, the seamstress whose skilled fingers had supported her family since her husband's death. She hurried forward, dropping to her knees before the dais, her words tumbling out in desperate appeal. She spoke of her late husband, who had served the praetor's family loyally for many years, begged for mercy on that account, and testified to Valentinus's good character and the kindness he had shown her blind daughter. Calpurnius listened with growing interest, particularly when Claudia mentioned Julia's blindness. He had a daughter himself, a child he loved deeply, and the thought of her suffering any affliction stirred his paternal instincts. When Claudia finished her plea, the praetor sat back, considering carefully. "Your daughter is blind, you say?" he asked thoughtfully. "And this physician has been treating her?" "Yes, my lord," Claudia confirmed, her voice trembling with hope that her appeal might have found some traction. "He has been most kind to her, most generous with his time and attention. She speaks of him with the greatest respect and gratitude." An idea was forming in Calpurnius's mind, a way to satisfy the demands of law, while perhaps achieving something that had eluded Rome's finest physicians. "Very well," he said decisively. "I will make you an offer, Valentinus. Your crime is serious and normally would result in immediate execution. However, if you can cure this girl's blindness, if you can restore her sight where all others have failed, I will commute your sentence. You will still face punishment, for the law must be satisfied, but your life will be spared." The chamber erupted in surprised murmurs. Such bargains were not unknown in Roman law, but they were unusual, particularly in cases involving direct defiance of imperial decrees. Valentinus stood silently, understanding the impossible nature of what was being asked. Julia's blindness was congenital, a condition no physician in Rome had been able to treat successfully. The praetor was essentially sentencing him to death while maintaining a veneer of mercy, offering hope where none existed. "How long do I have?" Valentinus asked quietly. "1 month," Calpurnius replied. "You will be placed under house arrest, allowed to work with the girl, to attempt whatever treatments you think might succeed. At the end of that time, if she can see, you live. If not." He left the alternative unspoken, but everyone present understood the implication. Valentinus bowed his head in acceptance. It was more than he had expected, more than he probably deserved under the strict letter of Roman law. That the task was impossible did not matter. He would have one more month of life, one more month to practice his art, and one more month to spend in Julia's company. Given the circumstances, it seemed almost generous. He was released into Claudia's custody, his wrists untied, his movements restricted to his home and immediate neighborhood. As they walked through the streets of Rome, with Claudia chattering nervously about her gratitude and her hopes for Julia's cure, Valentinus felt a strange calm settle over him. The next month would be his last. He had no illusions about that, but he would use the time well. He would do everything in his power to help Julia, not because he believed he could save his own life, but because she deserved every possible effort to restore what had been denied her since birth. And perhaps, he thought as they reached his house, and he saw Julia waiting in the doorway, her face turned toward the sound of their approach. Perhaps there were miracles yet possible in this world, though they might take forms that no one anticipated or expected. Part 4. The Treatment and the Testament. The month that followed transformed Valentinus's house into a center of intense medical activity. The physician threw himself into Julia's treatment with an energy born of desperation and determination, consulting every medical text in his possession, sending messages to colleagues throughout Rome and beyond, seeking any scrap of knowledge that might prove useful. He reviewed Greek treatises on ophthalmology, studied Egyptian papyri that discussed eye diseases, and even consulted practitioners of less orthodox healing methods, willing to consider any approach that might offer hope. Julia came to his house each morning and remained until evening, submitting patiently to examinations and treatments. Valentinus tried everything he could think of. Herbal poultices applied to her closed eyelids, solutions distilled from rare plants to wash her eyes, dietary changes designed to strengthen her overall health, even the invocation of prayers to various healing deities, though his faith in such divine intervention was limited. He worked with methodical care, documenting each treatment, noting any changes no matter how small, searching for any sign of improvement. Despite his efforts, Julia's condition remained unchanged. The milky opacity that clouded her eyes showed no signs of clearing, no matter what treatments were attempted. Yet the time they spent together was far from wasted or unhappy. As Valentinus worked, they talked constantly, their conversations ranging across every subject imaginable. They discussed philosophy and poetry, medicine and mythology, the nature of sight and blindness, the meaning of perception and reality. Julia proved herself remarkably knowledgeable despite her lack of formal education. She had listened carefully to everything she had been taught, had retained stories and lessons from childhood with perfect clarity, and had developed her own thoughtful perspectives on life and its challenges. Her blindness, rather than limiting her understanding, seemed in some ways to have sharpened it, forcing her to rely on careful listening and deep reflection rather than the quick judgments that sight often encouraged. As the days passed, Valentinus found his feelings for Julia deepening beyond professional concern or paternal affection. He loved her intelligence and her courage, her patient acceptance of her condition combined with her refusal to let it define or limit her spirit. He loved the way she laughed at his jokes, even the terrible ones, and the way she would tilt her head thoughtfully when considering a difficult question. He loved her kindness to others who came seeking medical help, the gentle words she offered to nervous brides and worried mothers who passed through his garden. Julia, for her part, had long since acknowledged to herself that she loved Valentinus. She loved his gentle voice and his careful hands, the way he treated her as a complete person rather than a defective one, the depth of his compassion and the strength of his principles. The fact that he was older than she was seemed irrelevant. The fact that he was condemned to die in 3 weeks, then 2 weeks, then 1 week, was a source of constant grief that she tried to hide but could not fully suppress. About 10 days before the deadline, as they sat together in the garden on a particularly beautiful afternoon, Valentinus finally spoke of what had been growing between them. "Julia," he said softly, taking her hand in his, "I know that I should not say this, that circumstances make it inappropriate and perhaps even cruel to speak of such things, but I find I cannot remain silent. I love you. I have come to love you with all my heart, and I wanted you to know this before time runs out." Julia's eyes filled with tears that spilled down her cheeks, the first time Valentinus had seen her weep. "I love you too," she whispered. "I have loved you for months, though I tried to hide it, tried to convince myself it was merely gratitude or admiration. But it is love, true and deep, and it breaks my heart that we have so little time together." They sat in silence for a while, hands clasped, each drawing comfort from the other's presence. Finally, Valentinus spoke again. "I want to marry you," he said. "I know it seems absurd, given everything, but I want to perform one last ceremony, this time for ourselves. Even if we have only days together as husband and wife, even if our marriage exists only in our own hearts and in the sight of whatever gods might be watching, I want that. Will you accept?" Julia's answer was immediate. "Yes," she said simply. "Yes, with all my heart." They married themselves 3 days later, in the garden beneath the olive tree where so many other couples had pledged their love. Claudius served as their sole witness, weeping throughout the ceremony, while simultaneously smiling with joy and grief intermingled. It was a simple ritual, with no elaborate preparations or expensive offerings, just 2 people joining their lives together in defiance of time and circumstance. When Valentinus spoke the words that made Julia his wife, and she responded with her own vows, it felt as sacred and binding as any ceremony ever performed in Rome's grandest temples. That night, lying beside his wife in the darkness, Valentinus felt a peace he had never known before. He had expected to face death alone, had resigned himself to leaving the world without having fully experienced the love that he had helped so many others to find. Instead, these final days had been illuminated by Julia's presence, transformed from a countdown to execution into something approaching grace. As the deadline drew closer, Valentinus began to prepare for what would come after his death. He wrote out instructions for his medical practice, leaving his supplies and books to a younger physician he trusted to continue serving the poor. He organized his finances, such as they were, ensuring that Claudia and Julia would not be left completely destitute. Most importantly, he began writing a letter to Julia, a long document that grew day by day. in which he poured out everything he felt, everything he wished he had time to teach her, all the love and wisdom and hope he wanted to leave behind. The letter grew to many pages, filled with memories of their time together, reflections on love and mortality, advice for how Julia might navigate a world that was often unkind to those who were different, and above all, expressions of his deep and abiding love. He wrote late into the night, filling page after page with his careful script, knowing that these words would be all that remained of him once he was gone. The only way he could continue to speak to her after death had silenced his voice. On the final evening before the deadline, Valentinus sealed the letter and placed it in Julia's hands. "Read this after tomorrow," he said gently. "Or rather, have someone read it to you. It contains everything I did not have time to say, everything I want you to know and remember. Promise me you will keep it, that you will not let grief or despair overwhelm you, that you will continue to live fully and love deeply despite all that this world may bring." Julia clutched the letter to her chest, her face wet with tears. "I promise," she managed to say. "But Valentinus, I cannot bear this. I cannot imagine a world without you in it. You have become my light, the one who sees for me, the one who makes everything beautiful and meaningful. How can I go on when you are gone?" Valentinus drew her close, holding her tightly. "You will go on," he said firmly, "because you are strong, stronger than you know, and because the love we have shared does not end with death. It continues, changing form perhaps, but never truly disappearing. Wherever I go, whatever awaits beyond this life, my love for you will remain constant and true. Let that thought comfort you in the dark times ahead." They held each other through that last night, speaking little, simply being together, memorizing the feel and sound and presence of one another, storing up memories against the long separation that morning would bring. When dawn finally crept through the window, gray and reluctant, it found them still entwined, neither having slept, both determined to extract every possible moment from the time they had left. The soldiers came at mid-morning, as efficiently professional as they had been during the arrest. The month had expired. Julia's blindness remained uncured, and now the law must take its course. Valentinus kissed his wife one final time, whispered words of love and encouragement, and then turned to face his fate with the same calm dignity he had maintained throughout the ordeal. As he was led away, Julia stood in the garden, the sealed letter pressed against her heart, listening to the sound of his footsteps fading into the distance. She did not yet know that miracles sometimes arrive in unexpected forms, or that the story of this last month would not end with death, but rather begin a transformation that would echo through the centuries to come. Part 5. The Miracle and the Message. Valentinus was taken to the Mamertine prison, Rome's most infamous dungeon, a place of stone and darkness where enemies of the state awaited execution. The prison consisted of 2 chambers, one above the other, connected by a hole in the floor through which prisoners were lowered into the lower chamber, a place so foul and suffocating that many died before they could be formally executed. It was into this lower chamber that Valentinus was placed, left to await his fate in darkness that was nearly absolute, broken only by faint light filtering down from the chamber above. The physician found himself sharing this miserable space with several other condemned prisoners, men who had run afoul of imperial law in various ways. There was a former soldier convicted of desertion, a merchant accused of defrauding the state, and a Christian priest named Polycarp who had been arrested for refusing to offer sacrifice to the emperor's image. They were a diverse group, united only by their common fate and their current suffering in the darkness and filth of Rome's most dreaded prison. Valentinus's medical training proved useful even in these dire circumstances. Several of the prisoners were ill, weakened by the prison's conditions, and the physician did what he could to ease their suffering with the limited resources available. He fashioned bandages from strips of his own clothing, treated wounds with water that trickled down the walls, and offered what comfort his knowledge and experience could provide. The other prisoners, initially suspicious of the newcomer, gradually came to trust and even revere him for his selfless care and gentle manner. Polycarp, the Christian priest, was particularly drawn to Valentinus. The two men spent long hours in conversation, discussing philosophy and theology, comparing the principles that had led each to his current predicament. Polycarp spoke of a God who was love itself, who had sent his Son to redeem humanity through sacrifice, who valued each individual soul regardless of status or circumstance. Valentinus, trained in the classical traditions of Rome and Greece, found these ideas both strange and compelling, recognizing in them a kind of radical equality that challenged everything Roman society took for granted. Your Christian God, Valentinus said thoughtfully during one of their conversations, values love above all else, you say? That is why I am here, in a sense. I chose love over law, human connection over imperial decree. Perhaps we are not so different, you and I, though we arrived at similar principles from very different starting points. Polycarp smiled in the darkness. The God I serve is the source of all love, he said quietly. Whether you acknowledge him or not, when you acted out of love, you were acting in accordance with his nature. Your choice to help those young couples, your marriage to Julia despite knowing you would die, these were acts that reflected divine love, even if you did not name them as such. Valentinus pondered this in silence. He had never been particularly religious, had viewed the gods of Rome with skeptical detachment, but something in Polycarp's words resonated with him. If there was indeed a divine force in the universe, surely it would be more closely aligned with love and compassion than with imperial power and military might. The idea brought him a measure of peace as he contemplated his approaching execution. Several days passed in the prison's timeless darkness. Valentinus continued to care for his fellow prisoners, to talk with Polycarp about matters of faith and philosophy, and to think constantly of Julia. He prayed, addressing his words not to Jupiter or Mars or any of Rome's traditional deities, but to whatever power might exist that valued love above all else. He prayed not for himself, knowing that his fate was sealed, but for Julia, asking that she be granted peace and happiness despite all she had endured. On what proved to be his final night alive, something extraordinary happened. Valentinus was lying on the cold stone floor, drifting in and out of an uneasy sleep, when he became aware of a presence in the cell, a light that seemed to emanate from no visible source. At first he thought it might be hallucination, a product of exhaustion and hunger, but the light grew steadily brighter until the entire chamber was illuminated as if by noon's sun. The other prisoners stirred and woke, shielding their eyes against the sudden brilliance. Polycarp dropped to his knees, his face transformed by joy and wonder, clearly interpreting this phenomenon through the lens of his Christian faith. Valentinus stood slowly, awestruck by what he was experiencing, unable to explain it through any medical or rational framework he understood. In that moment of supernatural illumination, Valentinus felt a profound sense of peace wash over him, along with a certainty he could not rationally justify. He understood, somehow, that his death would not be the end of his story, that the love he and Julia shared would survive his physical dissolution and become something larger than either of them had imagined. He saw, with a clarity that transcended ordinary vision, that his choice to marry couples in defiance of imperial law had been more than an act of personal conscience. It had been a testament to something eternal and indestructible in the human spirit. The light faded gradually, leaving the prisoners blinking in the restored darkness. But something had changed. Where there had been despair, now there was strange comfort. Where there had been fear, now there was courage. Valentinus, in particular, felt transformed, ready to face what the morning would bring with serenity rather than dread. When dawn came and the guards arrived to take Valentinus to his execution, he walked with his head high, showing no fear, even offering words of encouragement to the other prisoners he left behind. "Remember," he told them, "that love is stronger than death, that the bonds between souls cannot be severed by any earthly power. Live with courage, love with abandon, and know that sacrifice for the sake of others is never wasted." He was led through the streets of Rome toward the place of execution outside the city walls. The date was February 14th, and the air carried the first hints of approaching spring, that subtle shift in temperature and light that promised winter's eventual end. Valentinus breathed deeply, savoring the sensations of life even as he approached death, grateful for the beauty of the world he was about to leave. The execution was carried out swiftly and, by Roman standards, mercifully. Valentinus faced his death with the same calm dignity he had maintained throughout, his last thoughts of Julia and the love they had shared. As his life ebbed away, he carried with him the certainty that their story would continue, that somehow the love they had kindled would outlive his mortal existence and touch lives they had never known. What Valentinus could not know, as consciousness faded and death claimed him, was that Julia was at that very moment experiencing her own miracle. She had spent the days since his arrest in a state of grief-stricken desperation, barely eating, barely sleeping, her mother seriously worried for her health. That morning, she had finally broken the seal on Valentinus's letter, asking her mother to read it aloud, needing to hear his words one final time. As Claudia read the letter, her voice choked with emotion. Something began to happen to Julia. At first it was merely a sensation of warmth in her eyes, uncomfortable but not painful. Then came flashes of light, fragmentary and confusing, as though the world was trying to break through the darkness that had surrounded her since birth. She pressed her hands to her face, gasping, uncertain whether to feel hope or fear at these unprecedented sensations. Claudia stopped reading, alarmed by her daughter's reaction. "Julia, what is it? What's wrong?" Julia could not answer, could only hold her hands over her eyes as the sensations intensified. The flashes of light grew brighter, more sustained, beginning to resolve into shapes and forms she had no framework to understand. Colors she had heard described but never experienced flooded her consciousness, overwhelming and magnificent and terrifying all at once. Then, slowly, carefully, Julia lowered her hands and opened her eyes. For the first time in her life, she saw her mother's face, lined with years of worry and work, but beautiful beyond description. She saw the room in which they sat, its familiar furniture now transformed by the addition of visual dimension. She saw lights streaming through the window, dust motes dancing in its golden beams, the miracle of ordinary sight rendered extraordinary by years of darkness that preceded it. Claudia screamed, a sound of pure joy and disbelief, throwing her arms around her daughter while tears streamed down her face. "You can see, Julia, you can see. By all the gods, it's a miracle." Julia wept too, overwhelmed by the sudden transformation, struggling to process the avalanche of visual information after a lifetime of blindness. She looked down at her hands, seeing them for the first time, marveling at the play of light and shadow across her skin. She looked at the letter that lay on the table between them, seeing Valentinus's careful script, the words that contained his love made visible as well as audible for the first time. "I must go to him," Julia said urgently, trying to stand on legs that trembled with shock and excitement. "I must tell him. He must know that it worked, that I can see. Perhaps the praetor will spare him now, perhaps." But Claudia's face stopped her. Her mother knew what Julia, in her excitement, had not yet processed. The deadline had passed. At this very moment, Valentinus was likely already dead, his life forfeit to satisfy Roman law. The miracle had come, but it had come too late to save the man who had devoted his final month to seeking it. Julia collapsed back onto her seat, the joy of restored sight suddenly overshadowed by crushing grief. "No," she whispered. "No, this cannot be. Why would the gods grant me sight only to deny me the one person I most wish to see? Why give me this gift after he is gone?" Claudia held her daughter close, her own heart breaking for this cruel timing. They sat together in their grief, neither yet understanding that the story was not over, that Valentinus's death and Julia's restored sight were not separate events, but intimately connected pieces of a larger pattern that would unfold in the days and years ahead. Part 6. The Legacy of Love. News of Julia's miraculous cure spread through Rome like wildfire. The blind girl who had regained her sight on the very day of Valentinus's execution became the subject of intense speculation and wonder. Some attributed it to divine intervention, others to delayed effects of the physician's treatments, still others to mere coincidence. But none could deny that something extraordinary had occurred. The praetor, Calpurnius Asterius, was particularly affected by the news, regretting deeply that the miracle had come too late to spare the physician's life. Julia spent the weeks following Valentinus's death learning to navigate a visual world. Everything was new and overwhelming, requiring interpretation and understanding that came slowly. Colors were particularly challenging, as she struggled to match the abstract descriptions she had been given throughout her life with the concrete reality now visible to her eyes. Her mother guided her patiently, pointing out objects and explaining what she was seeing, helping her build a visual vocabulary to match her existing understanding of the world. Yet even as she adjusted to sight, Julia felt Valentinus's absence as a constant ache, a void that no amount of visual beauty could fill. She read his letter repeatedly, now able to see his handwriting as well as hear his words, finding comfort in this tangible connection to the man she loved. The letter had become her most precious possession, a testament to their love and to the principles for which Valentinus had died. It was Polycarp, the Christian priest who had been released from prison after a wealthy convert paid his fine, who first suggested to Julia that her story and Valentinus's should not be allowed to fade into obscurity. He visited her one afternoon, this gentle old man with scars from his imprisonment still visible on his wrists, and spoke to her of the power of testimony, of how stories of love and sacrifice could inspire others and keep alive the memory of those who had died for their principles. "Your husband gave his life for love," Polycarp said earnestly, sitting across from Julia in the garden that had been her refuge and sanctuary. "He defied an emperor to join the hearts of young lovers, married you knowing it would cost him his life, and died with dignity and courage that touched even hardened criminals. That story deserves to be remembered, Julia. It deserves to be told and retold so that future generations might understand what love truly means." Julia listened carefully, her newly seeing eyes studying the priest's kind face. "But how?" she asked. "I am merely a seamstress's daughter, a girl who was blind and is now not. Who would listen to my story? Who would care about one physician who died among so many others Rome executes daily?" "The Christian community would listen," Polycarp replied. "We value such stories. We collect and preserve them as testimonies to the power of love and sacrifice. Valentinus may not have been a Christian in name, but his actions embodied the very principles our faith teaches, that love is greater than law, that sacrifice for others reflects divine nature, that human connection transcends temporal authority." Over the following months, Julia began to tell her story. At first it was just to Polycarp and small gatherings of Christians who met secretly in homes throughout Rome. She spoke of Valentinus's kindness, his dedication to healing, his willingness to perform wedding ceremonies despite imperial prohibition. She told of their love, of his final letter, of the miracle of her restored sight occurring at the moment of his death. The Christians listened with rapt attention, seeing in Valentinus's story a reflection of their own beliefs about sacrificial love. Gradually, the story spread beyond Christian circles. Young couples, inspired by Valentinus's courage, began to speak openly about the physician who had married them in secret. His garden, once a clandestine meeting place, became something of a shrine where lovers would come to pledge their devotion to one another. Julia found herself sought out by these couples, asked to bless their unions or simply to share wisdom about love and commitment that she had learned from her brief but profound marriage. As years passed, Valentinus's story underwent the transformation that oral tradition inevitably brings. Some details were embellished, others simplified, the story shaped by countless retellings into a narrative that captured essential truths even where it might diverge from precise historical accuracy. He became not just a physician but a priest, not just someone who performed marriages, but a saint who championed love against tyranny. The date of his death, February 14th, became associated with his memory, a day to honor both him and the principle of love that he had defended with his life. Julia continued to be the primary keeper of his story, and as she aged, she became something of a legend herself, the blind girl whose sight was restored through the sacrifice of the man who loved her. She never remarried, considering herself bound to Valentinus by vows that transcended physical death. Instead, she devoted her life to helping others, particularly young couples seeking to marry despite various obstacles they faced. She became a counselor and advisor, drawing on the wisdom Valentinus had shared with her and on her own experiences of love and loss. The Christian community formally recognized Valentinus as a martyr, though not for their faith specifically, but for the broader principle of love that their faith championed. Stories about him were collected and written down, preserved in texts that would survive even as the Roman Empire eventually crumbled. The tradition of celebrating love on February 14th, the anniversary of his execution, gradually became established, spreading wherever Christian communities existed. Centuries passed, and the story continued to evolve. The historical Valentinus, the physician who had lived in 3rd century Rome, became conflated with other figures named Valentine. His story merged with legends and traditions from various regions. Yet the core narrative remained consistent. A man who had championed love against oppressive authority, who had helped young couples marry when such unions were forbidden, who had died for his convictions and become associated with a day celebrating romantic love. By the medieval period, Valentine's Day had become well established throughout Christian Europe. Young people exchanged tokens of affection, wrote love poetry, and invoked Saint Valentine's blessing on their relationships. The day took on various customs and traditions particular to different regions, but all shared the common theme of celebrating love and honoring the memory of the man who had given his life in its defense. Julia lived to a remarkable old age, her restored sight never failing despite the decades that passed. In her final years, living quietly in a small house near the garden where she had first fallen in love with Valentinus, she would still receive visitors seeking her blessing or her wisdom. She would tell them Valentinus's story, her voice growing weaker but her memory remaining sharp, ensuring that the next generation understood the origins of the tradition they celebrated each February 14th. On her deathbed, surrounded by friends and spiritual descendants who had been touched by her story and her husband's legacy, Julia spoke her final words. "Tell them," she whispered, her seeing eyes now dim with approaching death, "that love is eternal, that it survives beyond any physical limitation, that it transcends death itself. Tell them that Valentinus taught me this, that his love restored not just my sight, but my understanding of what it means to be truly alive. Tell them to love boldly, to love without fear, to love as though their love might change the world, Because it can, it does, it will. She died peacefully that night, and those who had gathered around her bed believed that in her final moments, she saw clearly not just with physical eyes, but with spiritual vision, seeing perhaps into whatever realm lies beyond mortal existence, seeing perhaps the beloved husband who had been waiting for her across the decades of separation, ready finally to be reunited in a place where neither imperial law nor physical death could ever part them again. The story of Valentinus and Julia became inseparable from the celebration of Valentine's Day. Through centuries of political change, social transformation, and cultural evolution, the core narrative persisted. A physician who had championed love against tyranny, a blind girl whose sight was restored through sacrifice, a romance that had transcended death to inspire countless generations. The historical details might be debated by scholars, the precise facts lost in the mists of time, but the truth the story embodied remained constant and powerful. In time, Valentine's Day evolved beyond its religious origins to become a secular celebration embraced by cultures around the world. The emphasis shifted from martyrdom to romance, from sacrifice to celebration, from solemn remembrance to joyful festivity. Yet even in its most commercial and light-hearted modern incarnations, echoes of the original story remained. When lovers exchanged cards signed, "Your Valentine," they invoked, whether consciously or not, the memory of the physician who had given everything for love. When couples celebrated their relationships on February 14th, they participated, however distantly, in a tradition that stretched back to that February day in ancient Rome when Valentinus had faced death with courage born of love. The garden where Valentinus and Julia had walked together, where secret wedding ceremonies had been performed beneath the ancient olive tree, was long gone, buried beneath the accumulated layers of Roman history and eventual decay. Yet in a metaphorical sense, that garden bloomed eternal, recreated in countless gardens and parks and quiet spaces where lovers met to pledge their devotion to one another. Every February 14th became a renewal of that original garden, a commemoration of the principle that love matters more than power, that human connection transcends temporal authority, that the bonds between souls cannot be severed by any earthly force. Thus, from one physician's compassion, one woman's courage, and 1 month of desperate love emerged a celebration that would endure for millennia. Valentinus could not have imagined, as he faced execution on that February morning, that his name would be remembered and honored thousands of years hence, that couples throughout the world would invoke his memory as they celebrated their love. Julia could not have known, as she mourned her husband's death and marveled at her restored sight, that their story would inspire countless others to embrace love boldly and without reservation. Yet perhaps in some sense they did know, or at least hoped. Perhaps in that moment of supernatural light in the Mamertine prison, Valentinus had glimpsed the future his sacrifice would help create. Perhaps as Julia read his final letter with newly seeing eyes, she had understood that their love would become larger than themselves, a beacon to guide others through the darkness of oppression and fear. Perhaps the miracle was not just her restored sight, but the transformation of personal tragedy into universal inspiration, the alchemy that transmuted suffering into hope and death into enduring legacy. On every Valentine's Day hence, as lovers exchange tokens of affection and speak words of devotion, they participate in a tradition born in a garden in ancient Rome, nurtured by sacrifice and courage, preserved through centuries by those who believe that some stories deserve to be remembered. The historical Valentinus and Julia may be separated from us by vast expanses of time, their actual lives perhaps different in details from the legends that grew around them. Yet the truth they embodied remains as relevant and powerful now as it was then. Love matters. Connection matters. The bonds we forge with one another matter more than the laws and structures that seek to control us. The courage to choose love over fear, compassion over convenience, human dignity over imperial authority. These choices matter, and their echoes reverberate through history, shaping the world in ways both subtle and profound. This is the lesson of Valentine's Day, the legacy of the physician and his wife, the gift they left to all who came after. And so each February 14th, as winter slowly yields to spring and the world stirs with the promise of renewal, we remember Valentinus and Julia. We honor their memory not with solemn reverence alone, but with celebration, with joy, with the affirmation of love in all its forms. We exchange cards and flowers, chocolates and jewels, not in crass commercialism alone, but in continuation of a tradition that proclaims love's eternal worth and indestructible nature. The story that began in a small garden in ancient Rome, among olive trees and jasmine, with a physician who would not turn away from love and a blind girl who taught him to see with more than physical eyes. This story continues. It continues in every couple who chooses commitment over convenience, in every parent who sacrifices for their children, in every friend who stands by another through difficult times, in every person who places human connection above personal advantage. The story lives wherever love persists, wherever courage meets compassion, wherever people dare to believe that the bonds between souls matter more than any power that seeks to deny or control them. Thus Valentine's Day, born from ancient sacrifice, nurtured through centuries of tradition, transformed by countless cultures and generations, remains ultimately a celebration of hope. The hope that love is real and meaningful and worth defending. The hope that our connections with others transcend our individual mortality. The hope that choosing love, even at great personal cost, is never a mistake, but rather the highest expression of what it means to be fully human. In the end, Valentinus and Julia gave us more than a holiday. They gave us a reminder, renewed each February, that love is worth fighting for, worth dying for if necessary, and worth celebrating always. Their story, embellished though it may have been through countless retellings, preserved though it has been by those who saw in it something universal and eternal, remains a testament to the indomitable human spirit and the transformative power of love. And that, finally, is why we remember them, why we honor their legacy, why we celebrate Valentine's Day not merely as a commercial obligation, but as a profound affirmation of love's central importance in human life. Their story is our story, their love an inspiration for our own. Their sacrifice a reminder that some things are worth any cost, and that love, ultimately and always, endures.